Hello, everybody. Hi, hello. Oh my god. Hi, everyone. Did you miss me as much as I missed you? You're all I thought about this whole time. Hi. Hi, Alex. Hi, Kumiko. Hi, Toro. Hi. Sorry for my raspiness. I just sneezed like 20 times in a row. I'm very proud of myself. Let me see. Nightmare, thank you so much for the first sting. I love you. Thank you so much. And for the second sting, Francis. And third sting, Kumiko. Thank you. I love you guys so much. Thank you for being early. Mwah. Thank you. Hi. And thank you for the daily wishes, Francis, Kumiko, Nightmare, Divya, Cotton, Toro, Alex, Sunny, Willow, and Azura. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Hi. How are you? How is life? Did you have a nice Zion-less life for 2 days in a row? It's on, but it's paused. Sorry, I forgot to remove it. It is indeed paused. Until I can make sure that the list of the names are correct and everything, I need to make sure. Alright, let me see. What am I? This is your fault. Now I'm gonna go on a tangent and trying to, Toro, the raffle ended. The raffle ended a while ago. It ended 2 days ago. Did Eid end? No, I did stream 2 days ago. Oh, it's only yesterday that I didn't stream, yeah? DJ, put it back on. Yeah, the raffle was there for the whole of Ramadan, for a whole month. But it finished. It's over. It finished 2 days ago, yeah. We announced the winners already. Hey, Lulu. Hi, thank you for the daily wish, Lulu. And it's gone. Let's see. Haru won the raffle. I have to get in touch with them immediately. Do you guys like the shadow behind me? Does it add more oomph? Do you guys like that? It's okay, Sunny. It's absolutely fine. We didn't stay much longer anyway. Everyone was tired, so we all like went. I didn't sleep, but ended up sleeping later. Did you guys see? Oh, I didn't post it yet. Fuck. Okay, I didn't post it yet, but my schedule is gonna be out tomorrow probably. And it's only three days, okay? Only 3 streams a week. Collab streams will be extra streams. So if I have a collab stream, it's gonna be a 4th stream that week. Got it? So if there's a special event happening, a collab, it's gonna be the 4th stream of that week. So that will make it easier than to have only 3 a week. But if we have a collab, it's gonna be 4 a week, basically. So it's like 3 to 4 times. Because I'm not gonna be live for a lot of hours, you know? I can do 3 hours, 4 max during the weekends. 3 to 4 hours during the weekends and 2 to 3 hours on the weekdays, which is like only one day for me. Thursday's off for me, so that's fine. So Thursday and Saturday streams are gonna be like 3 to 4 hours, yeah. Rosario, thank you for the daily wish. Welcome in. One more thing. We have officially kind of begun the Silent Hill marathon. I have gotten a legally backed up copy of Silent Hill 1. And I will emulate it on my PC and we will be playing. And we will be playing Silent Hill 1 after we finish Silent Hill F. Okay? I was falling asleep and then couldn't sleep till 7 a.m. See, that's the problem. I was like you, and then I forced myself to stay awake. I forced myself to stay awake until like at least like 5 a.m. and then I slept. And I woke up like 12 p.m. Which is good for a weekend, honestly. Like waking up 11 a.m., 12 p.m. on a weekend is good, I feel like. But waking up at 4 p.m., 3 p.m., like I used to for Ramadan, like, oh, that was rough. It was good for you guys because I would stream on the evening time for you guys. Now I'm going to be streaming daytime for you guys. But daylight savings should save us from that. Blackpink. So like every time I would stream like around, it wouldn't be around this time. It would be like 30 minutes from now. That would be like the usual time, right? It would probably be like what, 4 p.m. for you guys, 3 p.m. Even worse. But it is a good middle ground for me because it's like enough time for me to get ready for bed and everything after stream. I've been non-stop playing Overwatch. And I think I'm addicted. My eyes are bloodshot red. I took pictures of my eyes to my friends to show them how red they are. I've been playing it non-stop, and I'm not going to stop until I get to like Masters. I am so determined that I'm just going to keep playing until I get Masters. I don't know if I'll stream it though. I just got yelled at my roommate for not buying McDonald's because I only let myself eat it once a week. I don't like McDonald's. If I eat McDonald's, it'll be like a rare occurrence. Like either family's bringing it over or like there's nothing near me and I haven't had it like months or something. But throughout 2024 and 2025, I was boycotting McDonald's throughout until they bought out the branches in Israel, which I found out recently. And I was like, okay, I guess I can eat McDonald's now. But for the past 2 years, I've been boycotting it hardcore. And savage. Let me see. I have food being cooked right now. And it's a little bit of an Alfredo chicken pasta. A little bit of an Alfredo pasta. Homemade. Show a pic. Will I? I just don't like McDonald's at all. Unless it's like a very rare occurrence. I just still cannot believe that they gave free meals to like to the IDF. So like I can't stand them. But Starbucks I still don't drink from ever. I don't think I'll ever drink from Starbucks ever again in my life. We've been told for years that Starbucks is like the biggest Israeli supporter, but no one like really thought of it as much until like recent years. That would be a Filipino thing. That would be a Filipino thing for sure. That would be a Pinoy thing. 100%. Yep. That would be a Pinoy thing, 100%. Yeah. Oh my god. I love my Filipino people, okay? I was raised by Filipinos. And my dad's well, I'm not gonna say what. One of my relatives all like literally my cousins are Filipino as well. They're half half Arab, half Filipino. Like 7 of my cousins are. Well, you guys have to understand, yeah, rice as dessert, exactly. Yes, yes. As dessert, lunch, dinner, and breakfast. Yeah, they eat, and they would eat rice with egg, rice with spaghetti. That's fine. Like, and there's got to be like a chicken leg also. Oh, I love my Tagalog people, my Pinoy, my Pinoy family. Rice is something so Asian that a lot of Asian cultures literally like just eat rice all the time. India, Hisame, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. India, China, East Asia, basically Southeast Asia, East Asia, West Asia, where I'm from. Um, we all love some rice. We just love rice. Oh, we love rice. If you're not eating rice every day, then you're not an Asian person, or you don't live in Asia at all. I would expect Kumiko like for you guys like in Europe to eat like more pasta and stuff like that. Of course, you would like snails. I draw the line at snails. I'll eat clam. I'll eat but I wouldn't just. I would just not. I would not eat. I would not eat snails. Mm-mm. That's just too much. That's too much. Yeah, you guys are French. You would eat snails. Yep. French people do eat snails. Oh my god. My allergy. It's allergy season, you guys. Be careful. My allergies have been like going crazy. I ate wet cement as a kid. Fuck off. I bet you it's like rubber. Snail. I bet you it's like rubber. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Also like water worms, also like or sea worms are like that. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, snails are so yummy. Yeah. You know, where I'm from, people also eat desert lizards, and they say they're yummy, and I'm just like, yeah. To each their own. Mm-mm. I would never. There's some like salsa or soup that. Well, I mean, I guess I what like. Mm, I don't know. I don't know. Like, what's the equivalent of a water snail? There's one, isn't it? Isn't it a clam? I swear I've had something that like resembles that. Stop trying to bite me. I swear to God. Sorry. Hi, Kieran. Hello, hello. How are you? I want to go to do karaoke right now. It is late for you guys, yeah. It's a Sunday, isn't it? Fuck. It's a Sunday. I'm good, I'm good. You got an exam? You got an exam, but you want to draw your CEO or whatever? Or someone you hate as a CEO? Weirdo. Go sleep for your exam. Alex Fluffball, thank you so much for the follow. Come in. Hey, hey. Y'all got very crazy dishes. Craziest dish we got is Suizi? Shuji. Maybe? Shoizi. Can't explain what it is, but I personally don't like it. What is it? Hi, Dougie. Hi, cutie. Hi, hi. Hey, hey. How are you? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. What is that? I don't sleep for 3 days. Oh, you don't sleep for 3 days? I don't blame ya. I'm in the same boat. I've been playing Overwatch for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The way you pronounce it, I'm so sorry. Is this shoes? Shoes? Miles away. Kimiko reminds me of Yae Miko from Genshin. That's very funny because when Kumiko joined, Schulz or Sulz is a traditional German gelled meat dish. Oh wait, I know it. Often called head cheese, brawn, or pork belly. I know it. I know it. I know it. It's the jelly meat. It consists of cooked diced meat, typically pork, tongue, or shank, suspended in savory vinegary aspect, which is then solidified into mold, cooled, and served sliced as a cold cut. Ew. Sorry. Hey, May. Ew. Does it? I personally also find spam disgusting. Like, the mixing of meats is weird to me because, like, I don't know what you're putting in that. Is that edible meat that you're putting in there? Like, you know, it's like mystery meat. I don't like that. Spam is the closest thing that we get to mystery meat. Like, one day we will start eating, like, 20% meat, 80%, we don't know what it is. You know what I mean? I will never eat spam, I don't think. Everything is edible. No. No. Miles away. I would say that at a restaurant because I can sue the restaurant if something happens to me. You know what I mean? But I would not say that like as in I'm going to go out of my way to eat that. You know what I mean? But if I was at a restaurant, right? And the menu had like strange foods I've never tried before, I'll try it. But that and I'll say like, okay, I probably want to try this, you know? I don't want to like miss out, right? I will never though go out of my way to like buy something to cook it myself and eat it, or go out of my way to go like find something that is like unedible and make it edible. Hey Fawn. Hi hi. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I get it. I get it, I get it. I mean, hello. My cousin's mom would give us stories about like what they eat as well, like, and I've heard a lot of wild things that they eat in the Philippines, for sure. If I don't know, then no eat. I mean, for me, it's not about not knowing. if I know the ingredients are like normal found ingredients, it's just a like a different thing, then I'll eat it. But I won't eat no mystery meat, no spam, no ham, no pork. Like, think of the daily wish. Wait, no, no, Lawler, Lawler. I think of the daily wish, Lawler. Thank you. Ugh. Don't play with my son right now, okay? You're treading on very, very sensitive grounds right now. As the book once said, I will not have green eggs in it. Why is this so funny? I will not have green eggs and ham. Your name is Pam. Ain't it, bitch? Ain't your name Pam? Pam, I am. Pam and ham. What does she say? Your name is Pam. It's a meme. No one knows it. Your name is Pam. Ain't it, bitch? Ain't your name Pam? Pam, I am. Eggs and ham. Pam means pussy, ass, and mouth. Pam, I am. P-A-M. If I sound congested, guys, it's the allergy season, okay? Welcome to my world. Green eggs and ham. Hey, punk ass kid. How you know that song, LOL? Which song? Do you know people have rapped Doctor Whoever? Do you know people have rapped Doctor Whoever books before? Doctor Who? Dr. Seuss? The song explains what Pam is. Pam, I am. Pussy, ass, and mouth. Oh no, well, I got it from this YouTuber called Miss Alexis. She basically gives advice to girls. And she's very nasty with it. I would show you, but I don't know. She says nasty shit. Yep. BBM. BlackBerry Mobile? What is BBM? BlackBerry? Big boobed men. Oh, and BBC. Oh my god. Wrong stream. I mean, never mind. Hey, Avli, thank you for the daily wish. Hi. Big beautiful men. Okay, that works. BBM. Big beautiful man. Wait. You guys must be happy. BBM in the Philippines. I don't know, he's corrupt. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is Bong Bong Marcus? He's a mayor who's corrupt. Oh. We gotta do something about that. Yeah, I am. I'm definitely lost. I don't know how we got to a corrupt mayor somehow. We got there though. Every damn mayor and the president, I think he's corrupt. I mean, a lot of, yeah, you know what? Pretty hot and tempting. Gotcha. Hey, Pusey Clapper. Yeah, every economy is corrupt. I don't know what to tell you. We live in a corrupt world. News and what? News at 11. The world is corrupt. Ah. But I'm telling you, the earth is not flat. Whoever likes Mr. Ace Farm or reads that, fuck you. Fuck you. Weirdo. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't know how y'all like that and how you guys are okay with it. Just because something is popular does not make it good. It's about these people being experimented on against their will, mind you, okay? Turned into half animal, half human men that like have to like, are like basic, you like the plot? They're getting SA'd, like, it's so weird. The story is original, my ass! My ass! Oh my god! It's literal bestiality. It's bestiality. SA. What else? What is it? Is it non? I like the character designs though. Shut the fuck up! You can go find any VTuber who's shaped like a chicken and like that design without it being fucking weird. There's cow VTubers and chicken VTubers everywhere. Are you being for real right now? The art style is amazing. I don't trust any of you fucking Mr. A likers, by the way. It gets really creepy the more layers you peel of a Mr. A's fan, by the way, of a Mr. A's farm. It gets really weird, okay? Don't yuck my yum. Bitch, that's whole yuck, baby. That is all yuck. You've read... I don't give a fuck. Oh my god. What makes you think that I care that you read worse comics? Are you crazy?
Seize him.
Cut his throat.
Cut his throat.
Ugh. Unforgiven. No, I haven't. I've not. It's like the worst part of it all, right? Is like the deeper you think of like Mr. Ace Farm, the worse it gets. We have not had something like this since Boku no Pico. Do you guys remember Boku no Pico? People used to be okay with that shit because they were like, oh, it's just one weird porn anime, right? Pay-gorn anime, right? But y'all forgot that these were kids in the anime, right? It's the same as Mr. A. No one should be watching Boku no Pico. That shit is literal like underage shit. And then no, No, it's not. Mr. A is all consenting adults. No, they're not. They're not. They're not. They're not consenting. They are not consenting. No, they're not. They're not consenting. They're not. Oh, you mean no? They're not consenting to the shit that is being happening to them. They're not kids. They're grown men, but they're not consenting to the shit that's happening to them. And if it is, it's probably like revealed at the last chapter after we've seen all the SA shit that they did to them. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Mr. A's farm? I don't know. I don't know if I found a tied up cow man who's milking milk, would my first instinct be, I'm gonna fuck that. I'm gonna molest that and then fuck. What the fuck is that? And the chicken dude. Hello? Well, let's see you try to get your way out of this one. Well, they're all taking the medication. Oh, are they? Well, they all signed up for this. Oh, really? The stranger walks in. The first thing he does when he sees a cow man being tied up and being milked, I'm gonna fuck that. And they're consenting. Oh, they're consenting. You sound like lolicon lovers. Shut up. It's weird. Stop making things normal that are weird. And number two, they look like animals. Bestiality, bitch. Weird shit. That guy is giving birth to eggs. Eggs. He's literally producing eggs. Fuck. Actually. Shut up. Admit you're into bestiality and that you're fucking freaks. Deep levels of freakness, by the way. The deepest pits of freakiness. Right. Don't open Mr. A's farm topic in my stream ever the fuck again, okay? And don't try to make it sound normal a fucking again, okay? Any of you Mr. A fucking fans come in here talking about, oh, Mr. A is good. You will get a timeout, baby. I did not. It was Toro Cat. Toro Cat brought it up and I said it was shit. And then you and Ali started saying how good it is, okay? Hey, Fawn's mother. Hey, I'm Zayan.
Switch topics, please. I can't breathe from laughing so much. Aurora.
You addressed it. Of course I'm gonna address it. I don't want y'all to get the wrong idea that I like it or that I'm okay with it. Shit is fucking weird. Couldn't you go into like some other fucking manhwa or like a comic that has normal fucking porn? You had to go to Mr. There, like, the possibilities are endless. Oh, look at this bitch. Look at this bitch saying yes as if like, oh, I gotcha. I love bestiality, gotcha. Yes. Yes. I'm so proud of gooning to Mr. A's farm, yes. I will throw dirt on your taste. We need to bring shame back because of this shit. You freaks were allowed way too much on the internet. This is too much freakness. Let's go back to shame. No one should be this fucking open about this shit, okay? Especially that shit. Go be a freak like a normal person. Weird ass. Oh, who's BJ Alex? Oh, Dazzy, I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you. Hi, Dazzy. My God. They draw the line at their favorite bestiality comic. Oh my God. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Who's Hey Wool? I just googled baby.
What animals are on Mr. C's farm?
I just googled Baby Haywall, and it says Baby Haywall appears to be a popular fan art character, likely representing an anime style or chibi version of a character named Haywall, often paired with characters like what, with another character. What is this shit? What is it? Oh, okay, they're not actually babies.
I'ma just scoot on over and let you whack him. Get him again. Get him for me.
So what animals are on Mr. Z's farm? None. None. Sorry, Kath. Thanks for the follow. Look at it. It's very, yeah, it looks innocent. It looks innocent. I looked it up. It looked innocent. If you think that's bad, check out My Life as an Inukai-san's dog. I don't, They made it into an anime? I'm telling you guys have been letting freakness go a bit too extreme, okay? A bit too extreme. There's a level and there's a spectrum of freakness. Let's not break the barrier of that, okay? Jesus. God. Oh my God. What about that one fucking anime that has a grown-ass adult and a child from the woods? I don't know what the fuck kind of anime is that. I don't watch this shit. What are you guys watching? I'm not watching this shit. I stopped watching the shit like this at the sign of watching like the first sign of it. Right? Right, Fawn? Exactly. Like, just because it's accessible on the internet does not mean you should watch it and like it. Weird ass. Ugh. You guys have been too much on the internet. You forgot that the real world exists and like you have a digital footprint somewhere. Okay, so stop being fucking weird. Oh, God. My God. We do need a cleanse. We need a palate cleanser. Has anyone had what do you call it? A win today? And any wins to share? Any wins to share? Please, any wins to share? The only time I'm ever weird is when I'm crying about a death scene. You should be crying because you literally read Mr. A's Farm. That's what you should be crying about. Go cry about that in a corner. Yes, I need good news. Anyone who has a good win, like you got a nice parking spot, you got a free coffee, etc. Something like tell me something to cleanse my palate, because oof. I got approved for a loan for the house I want to move to. Woohoo! Clap for the diva! Clap for the diva! Clap for the diva! Love for the diva! Love for our diva fawn! Love for our diva fawn! Yes, yes. Hearts for our diva fawn! Yes, indeed, indeed. That is a win. That is a win. Yes. Ugh, you guys got me so mad. My eyes changed colors. I need to revert back to the original color. Good time zone, bad bitches. Hey, Seaman. It never will. It never will. I had a win at work this week. Tell us, share your wins, everyone. I got a pool party one Wednesday. One Wednesday? What do you mean? One Wednesday? I won champion in a poster contest at a science event. Great job, Toro. Great job. Why is one guy named Same Seaman? Why do you like Mr. Ace Farm? You guys cannot. I remember you guys. It's embedded in my brain. Okay, I will never forget. You three, Lulu, Owly, and Toro. You are the Mr. A likers, okay? Mr. Ace Farm likers. You cannot be judging anyone on anything anymore. Not in my stream, at least. If I see you... Yes? Ask away. The hoary... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ooh. Oh, that's so sweet, Kumiko. Goblin Cave. That shit was fucked up too. You know, there was an anime called... What was the anime called? There was an anime, not Goblin Cave. There's another anime, like an actual anime, not a porn. An anime. There was an anime about goblins as well. What was that anime about goblins? Where like the first party they go to, like they all die and some of them get like, you know, before they die they get like no. There is Goblin Slayer. I saw the first episode with my friend. I was traumatized. Never watched it again. Disgusting anime. Fuck that shit. Okay, I was even uncomfortable watching Game of Thrones. I was uncomfortable watching twins fucking each other. What do you mean you're fucking your twin sister and I'm supposed to watch her on TV? Excuse me? What kind of media am I consuming right now? You know? Like, what the fuck? I feel like you have to be aware of what you're watching, what you're consuming. It will affect you. Like, it will make you think. It'll make you think, like, what am I watching? What am I consuming? What kind of media am I consuming? You know, like, why is this in my field of space of energy? That shit is very weird. Please be aware of what you are consuming. Now, consuming me is a whole other thing which you can do. And I believe consuming me is the best thing you can do for yourself. This is good media. Anyway. Beat the shit out of everyone. Let us not, indeed. I feel like you're able to like I feel like you're able to like section off yourself or your personalities, right? Indeed, it seems so. It's my duty to cleanse this entire chat and purge this entire community. I will purge you guys the same way Arthas Menethil purged Stratholme. Okay? You will be purged. Literally section to every eye color. My friend had a girl baby. Oh my god. Congratulations. Exactly, Dazzy. Exactly. Sylvanas did nothing wrong. Jaina is a Dread Lord, okay? Fuck that bitch. Burn Teldrassil. They've been getting too comfortable in that tree anyway. We were not prepared. Yes. Yeah, they worked at my school and they told us, well, that's going to pre-K as a senior. What? What are you talking about? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I mean, I kind of agree to disagree a little bit on that. I feel like if you're like 25 dating at 45, 50, that's fine. That's fine. You've grown enough. But if you're like 18 with like a 30 plus person, I don't know, that's weird. Like, at least be fully matured. Please be fully matured. Like fully matured, you know. Fully matured. Had to get a check from corporate on a very short notice for my nutso boss, and I actually got it without having to email 20 people to period. Do y'all want some reason? No, we want wins. Let's go back to winning. Let's go back to winning, guys. Let's go back to winning. Reverse the car a little bit. Let's go back to sharing our wins, okay? Let's not air out people's dirty laundry in this poor Arab streamer's chat. This poor Arab streamer. He's just here to make a buck, you know, and he's just here to live his dreams. Let's not give him gossip that he didn't ask for. Spare him, please. He's been through enough already. Okay? I go home on the 1st of April. Yay! Are you like in a dorm? Oh, my cousin is also coming back in May. She's been in America for like 3 years now. Here to make a buck. Oh, 3 months. Well, I mean, it's weird. You have to admit it's weird. I feel like I don't know, like a stripper. I feel like a stripper getting tips. You know, I don't know. It's weird. I've told you guys this a lot of times. It's just weird. Like, what am I supposed to say? You know, when someone gives me money, it's so weird. I'm traveling to Nefertiti or whatever islands. What do you mean, or whatever? Say thank you. I do say thank you, but it's like, it feels weird to be given money. I knew it was not Nefertiti. Like, Midnight Ballerina Zayan. Wow. So hasty with your ideas. Crazy how you guys jump on an idea to whore me out on a public server. This what you guys like to do to me? Whore me out? Huh? In front of everyone? At least keep me to yourselves. Oh my god. I want to see Jaffa from your soldier. Hey, Nightmare. Hello? Hey? Sharing is scaring? No, baby. I'm an only child. I don't share. And you would do it too for a check. I was an employee. And I was going to get employee of the month. Bayramin, Mubarak, and Olsen. Just wrote in Turkish. Hey, how? Hi, Dalik. Hi. Is it Dalik? Dalik? Eid Mubarak to you. Zion Sher Jafar, I'm only going to make him into Brace Corp. I don't trust you guys. You guys who've read Mr. Ace Farm, I don't trust you. Get away from my boy. Ooh. Motherfucker, you were excited for a belly dancing art I made you. You don't get to speak about stripper you. Belly dancing is a different form of art and cultural art. It's different than being a stripper. Let's not compare the two, okay? Belly dancing is next to being a ballerina. Just stripping is different. It's I come from a different culture, you guys. Stripping is different. While I appreciate the craft, but I do not dance in front of people eating chicken wings, okay? But to everyone who strips, get that money. I'm very proud of everyone who strips. Go get that money. But do not compare belly stripping as belly stripping. Being a ballerina is close to being a stripper. All three of them are different are forms of art. There's just levels to this shit, okay? So like you have the highest, which is ballerina. The highly what is it called? What is it? Is it ball? What is it called? Belly stripping. Literally. Which is not like a bad thing. Like if someone's doing sex work, they can do that. I don't believe in sex work because I believe that your creative energy, aka your sexual energy, is very sacred to you, and sharing that with a stranger is dangerous to your soul. That's how I feel. As in, if people do that, they need to do that. Go ahead. If you're able to detach from the energy source of that, go ahead. It's the same reason I don't like hookup culture, basically. But like as an art form, get that money. I do drag, so I also perform in front of people eating chicken wings. A period. Shit, if I belly dance, you guys better eat chicken wings in front of me. Divya, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Belly stripping, huh? I mean, if you want me to strip, have it like in private at least, you know, like have me strip for you in private. Why would you want me to like strip in front of everyone else? Hello? If I could make money with my body, I would. It's a temple that cannot be filthed anymore. Excuse me? Exactly, I agree with you, Fawn. And I think it's just like a it's more as it's just worrying. It's worrisome to attach your energy to someone else's energy, especially if it's intercourse or like a sexual like act, because it's like you're literally merging your energy with someone else, and that is like dangerous. I gotta make Incubus Zion. Is this not Incubus enough for you? What's an Incubus me then? If this is not Incubus, if this is not a demon enough for you, what you're trying to say is you're trying to westernize me, basically. Western demon version of me. Is that it? Incubus outfit with... Yeah, and I have an obsession jinni inside me, an ashik, which is kind of like an incubus to you guys. I've explained this before. It's okay to mingle your energy with someone else if the fake... Shut up! Shut up! I hate you! Yes, it's a possessive demon. And okay, so okay, in Arabia, I explain. We need some Arabic... I need to give you the full stereotype so you guys can understand. I'll give you the full stereotype so you guys understand. Deep in the desert of Arabia lies Mazra'a, lies humans and what we call jinn. Jinn are creatures that are kind of like humans, but that only come out at night. The nighttime is daytime for them, and nighttime is nighttime for us. Insert camel chewing on straw somewhere. Desert mirage, hot desert, turns to darkness. Stars in the sky, moon showing. There are so many types of jinns that exist. One of the jinns is called the Ashik jinn, which is a jinn that is possessive of its host. It possesses its host and becomes addictively in love with them, lusting after them, doing everything it can to keep people away from them. Basically, it is so in love with its host that it will kill anyone who tries to get close to its host and harm them. And it feeds off the sexual energy of its host. There's also many types of demons, but we don't know all of them. There's also incubus type demons and succubus type demons. They're just in different fonts. And there's a very strong female demon that presents herself as a beautiful woman in the desert to lure away men who try to cheat with her on their wives in the night. And as soon as the men approach to them, It turns out she has a hook for a hand, and she chops them off and kills them. Is creature hot? Can they also come during the day? Bitch, I don't fucking know. Do I look like I fucking know that? What does that even fucking mean? Thank you for the gifted sub, Divya. Thank you so much. What the fuck does that even fucking mean? Anyway, back to our scheduled programming. Let me get my food, y'all. We have to do an ad break. I need to get my food. My Alfredo chicken pasta. I don't believe in sex after marriage, but like, I believe in sex with the right person that you can share your body and soul with. You know? That good soul body sharing love, okay? That real true fucking love, okay? That sex from love, not sex from horniness, you know? Be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my food. Hey, Hello. Listen. All right, let's switch backgrounds for a bit. Oh. Hey, I'm back. Hi, Pichi. How are you? Hello, hello. The chicken's not finished, but I got my protein shake, condensed version. Look. Controlarme. I still did not start my classes. I did not start my classes yet. Mind you, I still need to pay for that those classes. I'm just waiting for my dad's money to come in so I can start taking the classes. So I think start of April is when I'll start doing them. Probably. I'm so hungry. Yeah, not that long, yeah. I used to take those lessons, but I stopped, and I'm going back to them again. It's a very fucked up academy, but it has my teacher in it. That's the problem. Like, you can't talk to your teacher outside of the academy. You cannot take your teacher's number. You cannot communicate with your teacher like outside of the academy, which is so fucking weird. It's so overpriced. So overpriced. The money does not all go to the teacher, which sucks ass. The teachers are overworked. It's crazy. Oh my god. Divya! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted! Thank you! Whoa! Thank you so much! Whoa! But I do insist that you guys stop doing that. We've already reached our goal for the maid outfit, so let's chill. Please. Please stop giving money to the bald man. But thank you for the 10 gifted regardless. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is so much appreciated. What's the next goal? What is Eid Mubarak? Eid is like Muslim Christmas. Kinda, yeah, you could say that. It happens twice a year. One happens after Ramadan, and then the other one happens 3 months after. Thank you so much, Divya, but please don't spend your money on Twitch, please. Please don't. It's not good. Buff Cowboy Hellhound Demon, thank you so much for the daily wish. Thank you. Yeah, but we're already at... We have so many sub goals that we need to catch up on, guys. Like, we have the assets that I cannot pay for. That we haven't finished yet. Like, we have so many sub goals that we can't do because we ain't got money for that. I have the heart monitor, so we'll do that at some point. The lean-in rigging is near impossible. I asked them for it. I showed you guys what it looks like. It's not really to the standard. Alternate hairstyle, customized booba grab, customized head pat, customized pets, customized cheek rub, customized nipple piercings, all those stuff. Those are also expensive. And I put a goal for them. Yeah. The hot wings. Hey, Cub. Kumiko! Stop! Guys, it's really not important. You don't have to do that. Thank you so much, Kumiko. Oh God. Oh Jesus. You really don't have to. She basically just bought me my new mic. She said, I hate I hate your mic. There is a donathon soon, yes. I mean, should we at this point? Yeah. God. Thank you so much, Kumiko. But I put that honestly on my throne as a long-term goal, not as but Kumiko just funded all of it. Like, the rest is $100 left. I can pay for that. Crazy. Hey Willow, someone take Kumiko card away, please. I don't see anything on phone. Yes, there is the Shure mic, the Shure SM7DB mic. I love you, Kumiko. Thank you so much. I mean, this mic is good, isn't it? Like, you guys don't like this mic? It's kind of like a cheaper version of the Shure SM7B. Shure SM7DB. Yeah. It's just. Oh, I'm gonna refund Komiko's money. But the Shure actually beats it in terms of singing, recording, podcasting. It has more frequency, more wider range. Yeah. That one is premium mic. There's nothing better than that, you know? Thank you. Vidal, thank you so much for the daily wish. Welcome. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hi. I sneeze again. The allergy season. Ah. Damn. Yeah, oh, yeah, oh, eh. Oh. Oh. Sorry, my nose. Really bad. Thank you, thank you. Just looked at my timetable and it says the hour is going forward on 28. Oh, so there'll be less difference. Daylight savings is gonna start. Thank you for the hydrate, Willow. I don't get it. Wait a damn minute. Oh, how's Honey doing? Honey is great. She got her last checkup today, and she's great. She's been like jump flying into the air. It's like she like shrunk in age, you know? Since like her gastric issues and the injections, Honey has basically like recovered in a very good way, basically, and is doing way better than I thought. She's like her youth came back. I don't know. Baby is doing awesome. My mom has allowed her to exit my room, and basically my mom and baby spend a lot of time together now, which you would never think. But yep, it's happening. So much for her not accepting her, by the way. Oh, sorry. I just had my protein. I'm seeing my doctor tomorrow for a follow up because my left nose is fucked up and I don't know what's going on with it. And it's scaring me. And I think it's just I have an inflammation probably. I hope it's nothing bad either. It's a post-surgery checkup. I have to check. My dad was the same way with my dog baby. He didn't accept him at first, and then he plays with him, and everything. Even has a nickname for my dog. Yeah, that's what they do. They always say that. My mom was always a cat person, but she just like she had like this weird discrimination against stray cats, and then she fell in love with baby. Well, who's shocked? Fork found in kitchen. Okay, my food's here. One sec. One moment. Oh, let me take a picture to share it on the Discord. Give me a moment. better run, 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 run. Hey! We eat, then we play some Silent Hill. Hey, you better run, 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 run. Chajulang. You guys see on the Discord? It's on the Discord. If you want to see my food, it's on the Discord. There we go. I had to sit up straight. Yagulyasa. Hmm. Annie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry, I was eating. Do I have fangs? Kinda? Kinda. Supposed to. Supposed to. Kimochi. I miss Kakegurui. Can we watch Kakegurui on in Discord someday? Like a whole Kakegurui watch? Oh, I love it so much. Thank you for the streak, Sakura. And hello. Sorry I didn't say hi to you. Nope. It is for me and me alone. I deserve this. I earned this. This was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Ski, kirai, ski, kirai. When was my last food post? Oh, it was the pasta. I do post a lot of pasta, don't I? I don't eat pasta every day, I promise you. That's crazy. It does look yummy. It's actually smaller than what it looks like, by the way. It's a much smaller portion than what it looks like. I was talking to a friend of mine about this the other day. How do you guys feel about, like, how do you guys eat, like, when you're around people? I cover my mouth when I eat around people. Not around my family, but like around like my friends. Because my family's pretty Arab. They don't give a fuck. They just eat. So I try to just like not cover my mouth, but like I eat slowly basically and just not like, you know what I mean? Mmm. I have to always like wipe my lips every time I eat, I take a bite. It's a weird thing. I cover my mouth and take small bites and eat that. Yeah, me too. Me too. And I always like wipe my lips because I don't like being looked at when I'm eating. I wouldn't mind you guys looking at me eating though. You can look. You can look, but you can't touch. Hmm. That makes sense. You know, I'm gonna, I'm gonna share something really embarrassing. I don't know why I remember this. I just hope it never happens again. I was talking to the CEO of my company, and sometimes when I laugh, I burst laughing. And I'm like, "Pfft," you know. And I think I spat in his face, and you could see his reaction. You could see his reaction. He just like played it cool. Like how I will never like laugh ever again at work. I need to like tweak my persona at work even further. Because I have so many different personalities for work, for home, you know? I have to tweak my person. I just remembered because I'm going to work tomorrow. Like I haven't been to work in like 2 months now. Since my surgery, you know? And I just want to go back to work and like, you know, tweak my personality a little bit more, you know? Just I don't know. I just don't want to be embarrassed again. Mind you, I'm looked at as the cool guy at work. Because I'm the youngest. Aside from my supervisor, I'm the youngest. And everyone's always like interested in the stuff that I say. And they want me like, but like you lose your cool points when you like, when you have these moments, you know? You know? And I feel like, oh my God, no, my aura. My aura was affected. -3 aura. Spat in the CEO's face. Oh my God. Rumble. That crumble. Did you? Rumble. Sorry, find that video of Lana Del Rey? Oh my god, I keep doing it. I keep disassociating like out of nowhere and then like wait, oh my god, I might be crazy. Hold on. Guys, I might be crazy. I want to show you something. I might be crazy. Let me show you. Okay. The video title the video title is when Lana Del Rey remembering she was born to die. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Rock 5 diamonds in my bag. If you wanna say it dance to be like that. Oh my god damn. Okay, I'll show you what's in my bag. Okay. Okay. Yummy oh god also run away. Okay, there it is. Okay, so this is Lana Del Rey accepting a reward, okay? And she's really happy. She's really happy. She's really happy she's accepting a reward. Okay? Every time you see me just out of nowhere, just like go back to like spacing out and just going like this. Know that this is me right now.
Okay. We made it. Okay. We made it.
She just remembered she was born to die.
Okay. We made it.
I need to have this as a like an alert, a sound alert, because that's me. That's me every time. Like you guys see me like out of nowhere, just like I don't know. I just remember. I don't know what happens. I get distracted and then I'm like, oh. Hi there, Alvin. Hi, how are you? Oh, hi. Sorry. Anyway, God. Jesus. Let's go back to eating. Thank you so much. How are you? I'm really good. I'm having some pasta. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. That's not what I meant to do. This chicken is fat, and I love her. Unfortunately, it's the only one. Oh, and I have a toggle. When I get angry, my eyes change color. You won't get it. It's a copy pasta that we made. Mmm. How's that gonna work?
How's that gonna work?
How's that gonna work? Bye bye. But yeah, like just like imagine like you lose aura points because you spat in your CEO's face like by mistake. I don't think I'll live it down, you know? It's like that thing I remember. You guys remember when I told you about my aunt? And how I assumed that she was the one getting hit from my music teacher? You know? It's kind of like the same thing. Oh my god, this chicken is hard.
Pretty interesting. We should have a redeem so we can get you back.
Oh my god. Wait, I have an idea. I'm gonna record this. And I'm gonna yell, Zion, come back! And then you guys can redeem it. And it will yell at me to come back. Aime-moi, doudou. Zion, come back! There we go. Doudou. And now I will put that as a sound alert. And basically, when I get lost, what happened to me? Oh, when I get lost again into the world, you guys can use that to get me back. How about that?
PHAT, pretty hot and tempting. Gotcha.
Am I looking fat? Fat? PHAT, pretty hot and tempting. Okay, that's actually real, by the way. This is why I don't join other people's Discord. Okay, let me take the food out and then we're gonna bob around Ibisaku Gakauga. Fultorne. The only time you'll hear me listening to BTS, by the way. What are you gonna do about it? Heyo, heyo. Heyo. I'm sorry, I just don't like BTS and I don't care about them. To get into X server, confirm IP address, phone number, date of birth, all personal info, and your goddamn self. Exactly. And send a picture to our bot. Send a picture to our bot for verification. But I do agree, BTS does have an impact, and they do have awesome music. Unfortunately, though, their fandom sucks ass. Just like Blink's. Blackpink fans are the same, if not worse. Thank you for the hydrate. And the daily wish. Ooh. I was supposed to cover an Alien Stage song with my friend. I could just never do it, honestly. So hard. I should revisit that sometime with my friend. Wow, wow, wow. You guys ready for some silent healing? The hills are silent, the residents are not evil. Kai Stay, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We'll go on a small ad break so that we have no ads for an hour. I don't understand the extra verification stuff. So this is something I only just now realized, by the way. When I go live, it sends an announcement to everyone. And I'm honestly at the point where I'm like, whatever, fuck it. Like, let it send an announcement to everyone. They're here to watch me anyway, so might as well get an announcement that your streamer is going live. You know? Might as well, so whatever. Jody Go Brewer, thanks so much for the follow. Go in. Yeah, so that tag that people have, the stream announcement, that doesn't send out stream announcement. I don't know why. I paid someone money to set up my server twice, by the way. Twice. And she didn't really fix anything. Hello, deaf person here. Just here to chill and support. Oh, hi. I hope the closed captions are working fine for you. And you're able to understand what I'm saying. I really hope they are working. Hi, Kai. Hello. I really hope the CC is working. Not disease. No, I meant CC, closed caption, not disease. Oh my god. Have you had your breakfast yet? It's 9 p.m. 9. 9. I hope you... Oh my god, Seaman. Fuck off. Someone actually told me it was in Wonderland as well. Dinner, yes, I had. Thank you, Faye. I remember the character. You guys mentioned it last time, didn't you? Someone mentioned that last time. Immediately, the first thing they said to me, "This is Wonderland." I'm like, no. Oh, let me see. Wait. Kalim or Jafar's son, right? Scarabia? Episode of Scarabia? Excuse me? Jamil, remember to eat lots of fruits and ice cream and nuts. Ooh. I actually use low-calorie ice cream in my protein shake. 28 reasons more life. Okay, we're gonna go on a 3-minute ad break, and we will be right back. Okay, for some silent hill. Yeah. Mind you, we're playing Lost in the Fog, and this is our 4th playthrough. And I will explain any lore you guys need explaining to, because I love talking and yapping about lore. I'll be right back. Be right back. If you don't have ads, you're going to watch me set up and scuff the shit out of Silent Hill right now. My cat tore down every blind in my room last night. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. 28 reasons my love. So. I'm good. Hi, Kyle. I'm good. How are you? And Kai, you found me on a random scroll. How? Where? TikTok? Twitter? Twitch? Da Vinci? Yay! Hope I'm so glad. Hope it was an easy travel, and I'm so glad that you made it safe. You do need to speak somewhat clearer, though. I will try. If one of you translate to the person, because I suck. I'm gonna take that scorpion. No, that's my baby. That's my son. Okay, let's set up the game. Upsell. 28 reasons not. Leave Jafar alone. I'm not the devil. By the way, consider my mic funded because I'm gonna buy the mic with the rest of the money. I have some money, so I'll buy the mic. Kumiko has basically paid for 90% of it. No. In my eyes. Mistake of so sorrow. Okay. I just saw the word daddy somewhere as I'm setting up this game for you guys. One song. What are you guys doing? Just talking shit about me? Oh! Don't scare the newcomers now. Hi, Nova! Hi, Nova! Hi, Nova! Hi! Miko can do what? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, Kyle. Nothing scares me anymore. 2, 3, 4. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sad. Okay, no more ads anymore. No more ads. No more ads for an hour, okay? No more ads for an hour. So don't you worry your pretty little heads, okay? My cutie patooties. No more ads for the next hour, because I decreed it so. Me, Zayan Al-Jin, demand no ads for 1 hour. Hey, Beefcake. Hi, Pookie. Thank you so much for the daily wish. I miss you. I miss you so much. I wish I could hang out with Beef these days. I can't, cause I'm literally the time difference has begun for me now. No more Ramadan means I have to sleep early. Give you a shout out because my mods forgot to shout you out. Whoosh, slap to my mods. Whoosh. Jody, thank you so much for the daily wish. Goodbye, Kyle, and please stay safe. Lies. Okay. I'm sorry, Owly. I really didn't know you were gonna do it. I had to act fast. Okay. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Dun dun. Ding dong. I need to go now, but I hope you guys got a wonderful stream, and I hope you'll still be here when I come back. No, Sunny, I won't. Actually, I'm probably only going to be here for the next hour or so. Probably. I have first day back to work tomorrow. After 2 months of being away from work, tomorrow's my first day back. So extremely unlikely that I'll be here for a while. Maybe 2 hours, I would say. An hour and a half. I've been off for like 2 months, so time to go back to work. If you move an eastwards time zone, you will never have to sleep early. Just tell them your internal body clock. I mean, basically, I am more to the east. Oh, but I'm in the middle, because I'm like in West Asia, like in the Middle East. I'm in the Middle East, so it's like I'm in the middle of everything. Kinda. If I had a furry version of my... in the same universe as me, I know what you mean. I know who you're talking about. You're the Middle East. Oh, I am the Middle East. Clock it. I am the Middle East. Oh my god. I am the Middle East. Nova said you are the Middle East. Guys, I am the Middle East. Fuck. Anyway. Let's get the show on the road. Where were we last time? We killed the Sakuko boss, right? I mean, you are the Middle East. I am the Middle East. Oh, and we have to go to the school, right? With Shu and Rinko. Right. Oh, did you mean that? I thought you meant I am the Middle East. Because that's what you said. I can't put my clothes back on. They took it off. I'm the Middle East. I am not in the Middle East. I am the Middle East. From now on, I am the Middle East. Zayan, the Middle East. Zayan is my Middle East. When you think of the Middle East, you should see my face pop up first. I'll represent all of them. I won't leave anyone behind. Fucking love Arabs. It's so interesting to me how I love seeing people share cultures. It's so beautiful. I find like when we share cultures with each other, it's just so like nice. I don't know. It's so like it's so hot in a mind way, you know, like it's so hot in a brain way, like you know, my brain is aroused. You know what I mean? Like brain arousal. Like I have a brain erection. You know what I mean? Like I have a deep love for the many different cultures of India, the cultures of Pakistan, the cultures of Nepal, like every fucking country, and it's like What is that? What is that? Shall we approach it slowly? What is that? Oh. This is Hinako. 100% Hinako at her wedding. At her wedding day. Before the wedding, probably. This is Hinako, by the way. This is Hinako. Hi, Luna. Hi, hi. Goodbye, Jody. Thank you for being here. Clear your mind. No need to clear your mind. Can we draw some Omamamori? This is a gotcha. Greatly increased damage dealt by normal attacks, but Hinako will no longer be able to stun enemies. That's kind of hot. I'm not gonna lie to ya. I don't mind not stunning enemies, honestly. I'm not gonna even lie to you. Okay, we don't need to stun enemies anymore, so... We also need the one that restores spare weapons durability. Yeah. Give me my freaking samurai sword. Let's do this shit. I ain't messing about, Nemo. No. Where am I supposed to go? The school, right? You guys like schools and horror concepts and horror games? I personally find what is it? Oh. Okay, he doesn't have to yell in my fucking ear. Sorry. It's loud. And what's the reason?
大丈夫か相棒化け物につけられてないか
問題ない。シュウ君っていつまでひなこのこと相棒って呼ぶの？
What is it called?
相棒なんて呼び方。
I like schools and
小学生の
horror.
男子みたい。
They're so creepy.
相棒は相棒さ俺は相棒を女扱いしてない
そうだな。された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ行くぞ
They are, they are.
The cutest, most lovely. I have to go. Now I'm sad, shy, and
Goodbye, Nova. Sleep well. Hugs to you all. Games should generally stop with the greatly and majorly and little and just say double, triple, and other stuff. I want to know how much that great damage increases. Yeah. It's so vague. Like, what do you mean greatly increases my damage? What does that fucking mean? Can you explain in full detail? What does that fucking mean? What the fuck? Am I right? Give me numbers. Jafar did not become mute, but I think there's a limit to how many characters you can do in the TTS. So it's like spam protection. I don't know. To me, the concept of horror in schools is honestly scary because, like, that's a fucking school. I used to cry. Memory unlocked, by the way. I totally forgot about this, but grades. So in kindergarten, I didn't cry as much. I think I did. I would cry if I had to go to school. Cry all the way to school. They'd have to drag me away from my mom. Oh, thank you. Oh. Thank you for changing my. Did it change? It didn't change, did it? I'll change it. It's okay. I would basically have to like be dragged and forced into school, and I would cry my ass off. Mind you, I was raised by my grandma's sister, and I would cry for like hours in school every day. Now I'm looking at it, I'm embarrassed because like I would cry in the class. I just, oh my god, why did I remember that? Is that where my abandonment issues come from? Because school was scary for me, and then like my parents would force me to go to school. I didn't feel safe in school. Oh my god, I need to tell this to my therapist. I would just sit there hours in my classes crying because I want to go home. I don't want to be there. It really, like, thinking about it, I can remember the feeling. It's really like scary, you know, like it really feels so similar to when like you're, I don't know, like when someone leaves you, like I don't know, it feels the same. Am I healing a childhood wound? What the fuck? And they say games are not good for you. Like, genuinely, like, I'm realizing that that could have been the issue of to my, like, abandonment issues. Like, it started there with my parents, like, forcing me to school. Oh my god. And no one, like, and, oh my god. And everyone was, like, so okay with it. What the fuck? That's so fucked up for her to say, by the way. You sound manly when you talk to him. Hi, Alien Stage. Alien Stage lover, I'm sorry. Thank you for dealing with. It's just all making sense now. Like, I think I understand why I used to be like anxiously attached to people, you know? Like, am I the problem? I'm realizing that in my past relationships, I could have been the problem, honestly. When does that bitch already die? Soon. Go ahead, Stacy. Die, bitch, please, die. Oh, wait, it's not there. It's that way. I remember I was watching Hanson play this, and he got lost here for like an hour. And I was like, oh, Hanson, just, can I tell you? And he's like, yeah. I was like, why don't you check over there? Exactly. The problem is when someone becomes attached to me. Ew. Throw that shit away, Hinako. That's drugs. Those are the drugs that are destroying your life, Hinako. Throw them out. If someone attaches to me, I'll detach from them. I'll run away from them. But if I detach, like, it's so strange, isn't it? The human mind. Ugh, the human mind. Wait, I'm pretty sure that, like... Oh, yeah, the truck moves. The truck. The truck ahead moves. Ooh, I just felt a breeze between my toes. Did I tell you guys that I put a foot mask for my feet on Eid? I don't know why I did it, but I did it. And my feet were so supple and sweet. Sweet? I did not taste them. I meant like supple and... I'm not helping myself. But that was a one shot, by the way. That was a one shot. I did not mean sweet. I said soft. I meant to say soft, but I said sweet. What the fuck? Why would I say that? Ooh, bitch. Nice. I meant to say sweet. I mean, oh my god, I meant to say soft. VTuber licks his own toes, says tastes really sweet. Headline. Kochida. Aibo. We've already checked out this entire place. Ooh. Yeah, there's red capsules only here. You really did eat your toes. No, I did not. Lies made by my enemies, by the way. What do you mean a phase? We've all been through it. Y'all been licking your toes?
何あれ。やだ。
I don't get these weird Japanese trucks. 2 wheels behind and 1 wheel in front. That's unstable as fuck. They're not only Japanese. You can see them in Thailand and Egypt as well.
化け物が多すぎる。
They're not trucks though. Some of them are trucks. Some of them are bikes. Some of them are like taxis.
街を突っ切るのは危険すぎる。
私たちの千鶴やどうしてこんな
No, I
中学校
did not do that. I did not
そ
do
こ
that.
から山道を登ろう。
Toes are your fingers on your foot.
街は避けられる。
Foot fingers.
よし、行こう。
Those are toes. Your fingers are your toes. Tuk tuk, yes. Yes. Tuk tuks. Tuk tuk. They also exist in India, don't they? Tuk tuks? I don't remember though. Pretty sure you can chase right behind me. I will not budge. How come we have fingertips but not toe tips? And yet we can tiptoe. Well, that's an English error, by the way. If you think about it. That's an English error. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure in Arabic we don't say tiptoe. We say like something about walking on your palm or something. I don't know. But we definitely don't say tiptoe. Ew. Disgusting. I'm confused as to why the Mid-East doesn't have more hovercrafts or even full-tracked or half-tracked vehicles that are a combination of comfort and rugged reliability. What? Does that exist anywhere? Now, why would you do that to your teacher? Sexy. Hello? Is that what you mean? Like, yeah, buses, metros, and trains? Ooh, I ate that. Ooh. Ooh, I ate that. Huh. Hovercraft and half tracks and full tracks that can deal with all the sand.
使えるものはないか。
What? I'm so confused. What's a hovercraft? Isn't that a car that levitates? Or like hovers above the ground? Inconceivable! Is there a secret invasion body snatching aliens? They may already be among your loved ones. Like outside. I think we do have off-roads. A lot of Gulf countries are starting to build like big trains and train tracks and metros and stuff. Right. Right. Just leave him behind, weird ass. What the hell's that? I'm not waiting around to find out. No fucking way. Oh. They actually left me behind. That's so fucked up. I would not do that. I'd make sure we all stick together because, you know, there is safety in numbers and there's less chances of me dying if there's more people with me, you know? Oh, that's nice of Rinko. I'm thinking Rinko would usually like let Hinako die, but she literally told her like, you know. This is what I'm telling you why Hinako is not a reliable narrator. She's on drugs. She's on heavy psychedelics. Ooh, baby. She's on heavy psychedelics. She does not even... She's not even aware of what she's doing. You know? And she's literally existing in 3 worlds in herself. And looking at her inner self, her inner self, her inner self, and her inner self times 3. So her perception of other people is 90% wrong. Everyone she perceives is somewhat wrong, the way she perceives them. Give me that Higashi. Oh. Oh, who do you think you are? Oh, who is you? Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh, shit. Bye. Weird asses. By the way, the way she's selling, what Rinko is saying to Shu right now to give up on Hinako is her telling Shu that he should stop loving her and hoping that she'll be with him when she's literally getting married right now to another person. And he's worried about the family stress that her family has given her. And that's why he's so like, I'm worried about her or whatever. AKA he's the reason she's taking these drugs. He gave her the white dahlia pills to like help her with her headache or whatever. And ended up being the cause of her fucking reality distortion situation that she's going. Because she knows Shu is a cuck who can't deal with monsters and she... the Alpha Sigma hero can deal with. Oh my god. Do I sell the Higashis? I kind of want to keep the Higashis because they're good for boss fights. I think I'll just sell the antique combs. Genuinely though, like... Shu is the main villain of the game. He's the reason this is all happening. In her mind.
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。
Like, think about it. Like, listen to this.
知らねえよ。
騙せてると思う？ひなこを。
ひなこ、遅かったな。心配してた
Why,
ぜ。
why would she be late?
心配してなかったよ。相棒なら絶対に大丈夫って言ってた。
This is all happening at her wedding, by the way.
そうか。ありがとう。
They are guests at her wedding. This is 20, like 10 years later or something. Like they're in their 20s or something. They're not like in middle school. She has been on these drugs thanks to Shu since school days. I'm charging up just for you, baby. Oh. It's not coming. All the way to her wedding night. Divya, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Hmm? Oh. It's always the way with the light, isn't it? Now there's a monster nearby, I just don't see him. Did he run off? There he is. I can hear him. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, there's two of you. How interesting. You gotta run. Yeah, you gotta run. No time to stop, actually. Okay, so there is an area here. If I am not mistaken. Hey, gosh. Too bad I'm not scared. Yep. Too bad for you that I'm not scared. Oh, he's gonna come back? Shit. That was not planned. He was not supposed to come back, actually. I've already cleansed the sword. Do I have to come here? No. I don't have to be here, actually. Hey, queen. One shot, one kill, baby. One shot, one kill. Ryuga, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Zayan al-Jinn, and I am an Arabian prince that ate one jinni and did not feel satisfied, so he ate another one. Swallowed even. Did not even just eat. Swallowed. Did you guys have a lovely stream? Did you guys have fun? What were you guys streaming? How was your stream? Tell me all about it. And if you need to raid and run, please do so. Otherwise, if you're here to chill, enjoy. Oh, you played Schedule 1? That's an illegal activity over there.
だからやめてくれ。俺は
なら言ってあげる。ひなこはね、死んだんだよ。ひなこは向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
She's not dead, okay? They're just saying that because like she's getting married.
遅か
So
ったな
she's basically telling him
So,
like, you need to give this
go.
shit up. She's getting married. Leave her alone. You know what I mean? Welcome back, Cotton. And see you, Nova. Bye bye. Love you. Oh god, there go my FPS bugging out again. Playing for the next week, I'll be on board and wanted to a game, so I picked this. It's good that you played it. I heard a lot of good things about it. Even my friends at work play it. And they were like, oh yeah, I sold drugs and stuff, and my friend does other stuff or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay. Period. Okay, so the game does this, I think, when it's like processing shaders or whatever, mid-game. Which is a little bit strange that it does this. So we just have to wait a little bit for it to settle. Weirdly. Weirdly enough. What do you
昔
mean?
はシュートこの辺で道草食ってた
Think of the hydrate. Oh my god, it's, oh my god, why is it saying like that? Hello? I'm gonna need it to go back to normal now, because the FPS drop is not cute.
鍵がかかってる昔はなかったのに
Jester, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Zayon, do you want to know something strange about mantises? Sure. Why not? The real fox god, not those stupid Tsuneki family.
もうダメしばらく休ませて
Why?
相棒も疲れただろ休んでてくれ俺は鍵を探してくる
分かった
シュウ君が一緒じゃないと嫌だよ心細いよお願い一緒にいてね
別に俺が一緒じゃなくて
相
も
棒も少し休め鍵は私が探す
そうだよシュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから後から
Thank
つい
you,
てくだけだっ
Cotton.
たひな子の方が余裕あるって
おいそんな言い方をするなよ
私は気にしない二人とも休んでてくれ行ってくる
The school is a very interesting area for me, honestly. Because I don't even think it's the school that they went to. What is happening? We are in Silent Hill. But in Japan, in the 80s. It's a different kind of Silent Hill, really. And it's more Japanese horror, I would say, which I really love. I must tell you this. And we're trying to get out of the town. It's foggy. There's no one around. And there's two worlds. One world we're in right now, which is we assume is the real world, but it's the fog world.
この祠
They also cut off the... Oh my god.
ダム建設で一山当てた成金が
That's pretty disgusting.
わざわざここに学校を建てたって聞いたことがある
Right. So the Tsuneki family, the family of foxes, they strive when people are in misfortune or disasters happen. A disaster happened in this town, and a wealthy man, wink wink, has basically got himself a school. Yep. A wealthy man got himself a school. Thank you for the Daily Wish, Foxy, and thank you for the 3 stream streak, my friend. Thank you so much. Tanuki turns physical damage received into sanity damage. Ooh. That's interesting. That means you don't lose health, you lose sanity instead. Kind of defensive. kind of cool. Oh, okay, we've been here. I think I've seen this film before. I need more kitchen knives and not sickles, because sickles are weaker than kitchen knives. Wait a minute. I have no sanity left. That's fine. That's enough. Does anyone here play Overwatch? I have to ask. It's stuck. Oh, guys, look. It's a beautiful doll. Oh. Okay, that one actually does not move. Oh, you play League? To all faculty on patrol duty, to prevent students from going into the second floor, please ensure the corridor is locked at the end of the day. On patrol this week, Vice President Matsuo. Okay, Vice President Matsuo.
キーボックスが開かない。
So that person has the key. The principal is so paranoid about his keys that he always takes them with him whenever he leaves. So it's kind of ironic that he lost the keys to the stairwell. He's looking for them frantically like a madman. He had the nerve to ask me to help him find them, but I'm the one who needs help with this pile of paperwork I have. Okay, we have to find a set of paperwork. I mean, keys. I really wish I grew up in a Japanese school. Like between, to all students. To all students. The game known as the Fox's Sacrifice is hereby banned. No one is allowed to play the Fox's Sacrifice. Partaking in this recent fad is forbidden. Any students caught playing will have their parents or guardians notified and will be severely punished. That's weird, isn't it? Vidi, thank you so much for the daily wish. Why would they ban a Fox game or a Fox Sacrifice game? It's just a game, isn't it? Isn't that weird? Woo. That was weird and scary. Ooh. Radio. So that's neither here or there because I'm pretty sure that the Inari is like the fox goddess, right? But the Kitsune are tricksters. They're not like they're like trickster spirits, right? In this town, the Kitsune spirits, or rather the Tsuneki family, managed to basically lie and claim that they are Inari, and they are not. Inari is a goddess of love, fertility, and stuff like that, right? But in this story here, there is a group of. Ooh, do you want to hit me? You can hit me.
更衣室陸上部が懐かしい
I knew you were. I knew you weren't. You must not know about me. In this story, at least, the kitsunes in this story are actually demon foxes that have taken on the name Inari and spread the Inari faith as if it's their faith. And people, unbeknownst to them, are worshipping a family of demon foxes. Which they are helpful. They're not like unhelpful or whatever. They have been helping the town, but like they also like steal girls. They steal girls. They steal girls, and I don't know what they do with them, but they steal them. That's enough, right? Oh, you don't want to fight? A lot of girls go missing in this town. Yes, 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 indeed. Indeed, like the Demon Slayer water demon guy. There's nothing in here. Oh, and hi, Excella. How are you? I'm so sorry I didn't say hi. Hello, Excella. How are you doing? The thing is, though, with this game, like I've said before, you do have to play it like 3 times to get the true ending. To get the true ending, you have to play it 3 times. And this is my 4th time playing. So. Yes. The goddess of the mountain, prostitutes, firefighters, and fertility. Yes. That is Inari Sama. And these kitsunes, basically, the Tsuneki family, the Tsuneki family are frauds. They're a bunch of frauds. They've claimed to be Inari herself, and they have claimed to spread the Inari faith, even though it's not theirs. If anyone wants to fight, I don't mind at all, by the way. Ah, baby! You wanna fight? Fight me. That's what I thought. Hey, Salty. Hey, Jen. So, in here, we'll see a game that the kids played as when they were kids, basically. Hinako, Kimi, Kanta, Sachi, Sakoko, Rinko, Shu, and Kotoyuki. So let me give you a rundown of who is who. Hinako is Hinako, the main character that we're playing as. Kimi is Hinako's mom. Hinako's mom. And then Kanta is Hinako's father. Sachi is... Who the fuck is Sachi? Who the fuck is Sachi? Sachi is... Wait, I remember who Sachi is, but I forgot. Shit. I think Sachi is Kotoyuki's mom. Yeah. Kotoyuki's mom is Sachi. The fox prince that is helping us or whatever. That's his mom, Sachi. The sister's name is Junko. Sachi. Sakuko, which is our friend who dies first. And then Rinko, our other friend who's alive right now. And Shu, one of the boys. And Kotoyuki, the last boy. Kotoyuki is the boy who got demon possessed, fox possessed. Hinako saved him from a fox. He got bit by a fox when they were kids. And then he got possessed by the fox. And that's why he's... It's basically a game that they play to see the fate of everyone when they grow up. What's gonna happen to them, basically. It's the game that's been banned in the school, basically. Kids are not allowed to play it anymore.
お供え物
So they all played it as kids, kind of. They put the names of the people that they know. So Kotoyuki put his mom's name, Hinako put her mom and her dad's name. And basically, they have to play the game, and the fox will tell them their fate. And there's a note that you find of Sakuko telling Hinako that it's not a game and you should not play with these kind of things. Because remember Sakuko, she has a very strong connection to the spirits. And she was basically visited by both the fox god and or the fox demon rather, and the water spirits, both deities that were worshipped in this town. And she picked the tree spirit over the fox. That's why she was killed first. Origami of fox prayer. To the revert fox, my ancestor. To the revert fox, my ancestor. That's Kotoyuki. Kotoyuki is related to the fox because Kotoyuki is from the Tsuneki family, who are descendants of the fox god. They're called the fox family, basically. And he's actually an illegitimate child, so he took over the family. He took over the family after the head of the family died, his father. But he's an illegitimate child, basically. His father, when he let go of his mother, Sachi, who was an affair, she was a maid, and he basically said, fuck you, I'm gonna marry. He lied to her and married this other girl, and all her children died. She never was able to bear children. Because Sachi basically cursed her. She prayed that that girl will never have children, and that is what happened. And then Kotoyuki basically inherited the family. Sleep well, Foxy. I forgot what am I supposed to do here. I'm supposed to read. Oh, so this is the fate of everyone. What happens to everyone? Hinako disappeared. This is Hinako's fate, by the way. Disappeared. You know what that means? That means she gets swished away by the fox. Disappears. She vanishes. She doesn't die. She disappears. Meaning the fox takes her. And when the fox takes her, it means like she's gone, basically. And everyone's name is crossed out. Kimi, her mom, will die of cancer. Hinako's mom. Kanta, her father, will die of a heart disease. Sachi, Kotoyuki's mom, will die of cancer. Sakuko will die from a heart attack. Rinko will be burned to death, and Shu will be suffocated. And Kotoyuki, all his wishes will come true. Kotoyuki basically is the fox demon. He's been possessed by the god himself. So he's deciding all these fates. He's going to steal Hinako, whisk her away, and this is what's going to happen to everyone else. That's why he has no love for his own mother, Sachi. She's going to die of cancer. Kotoyuki wish will come true. Now what? Doesn't the room change? Oh. I'm telling you, the room is supposed to change. I'm supposed to play? Oh, the key is not even here. It's just a game that shows you like what happened. It's half true. What you mean? What you mean? Oh, there's the key. Oh, they want to fight. I've already got the true ending. What do you mean you won't tell? I know what happens. Excuse me? I'd like to go. I need to leave. You need to leave. Shit, wrong place. There we go. I got all the endings. I got the true ending. I have the true ending. I got the true ending. I'm only missing the UFO ending and the bad ending. But I've seen the bad ending. I know what happens. And the UFO ending is the one I'm missing. What disrespectful use of the piano. I've done all main 3 endings except the bad ending where you know who gets their wish and the UFO ending. But I've done all the other endings. I've gotten the true ending that changes the main title, the true ending. I've gotten the true ending. Final exam, 4th place, Asakura Ayumi. Asakura Ayumi. I sat here and behind me was Rinko over here. She used to give me the right answers. You see how she remembers Rinko helping her? I'm telling you, Hinako is not a reliable narrator. She perceives people in a way. The one where there's a bomb threat at the end, that's the UFO ending, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that's the true ending. Do you mean the true ending? The true ending is where the town goes silent, quote unquote. And we are revealed to see who the bigger forces at work that are involved in the game, in the story, basically. Hinako isn't coming. I'm sorry for lying to you, but I thought that I needed to get you alone to find out how you truly feel. Look into my heart and try opening this box with your true feelings. Do you remember that day when it was just the 2 of us at that cafe? The bomb threat ending is probably the UFO ending. Wait, let me check. I don't know what you mean. Stacy, can you please explain? I don't think there's a bomb threat ending. How is it a spoiler? I've gotten all the game's endings. The only ending that I didn't get is the Fox wedding, which is the bad ending. because I couldn't do it, but I've seen it. I know what happens. I know what choices, like, I know exactly what happens, what leads up to it. And the UFO ending, that's it. But the true ending, I've gotten it. That is the UFO ending. And they evacuate because the geysers, the water geysers. That's what happens when you get the quote unquote good ending, but it's not really a good ending because Hinako runs away with Shu. And the water spirit, the tree spirit wins in the war. Basically, and everyone has to evacuate because there's geysers that are opening up again. It's not bomb threat, it's the geysers. This town was riddled with geysers before, which is quote unquote the water dragon that has been terrorizing this town for many years. Yeah, that's a geyser, that's not a bomb. There's a water geyser issue in this town, and people used to pray to the tree spirit, which protected them from the water dragon, basically. And then when the Tsuneki family came, they changed the religion from the tree spirit to the Inari religion, the Inari faith. And they basically let go of that religion, the worshipping the tree, and they started worshipping the foxes, and the foxes kept the water gazers away. And if the water gazers come back, it's basically kind of a bad ending as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter because the water gazers do come back in two endings. They come back in the good ending and in the true ending. Like, I think that the town was not meant to be inhabited anyway. Yeah. Then it's not a spoiler. I've already spoken about that ending. It's the ending where she runs away with Shu. She chooses Shu basically. So it's like this funny thing is, right? Which is very wrong. They call it the good ending, but it's not a good ending. Both endings are bad. In one ending where she chooses Shu, the tree spirit wins, and Kotoyuki dies. No, not Kotoyuki. The other Hinako dies. The fox Hinako dies. Right? And in one ending, the fox wedding ending, the fox Hinako gets her happy ending with Kotoyuki, which is not really a happy ending because she's getting whisked away by the fox. And the other Hinako dies. So the only true ending is when both of them survive and decide their fate for their own, which is the only good ending / true ending. And with that, let's go on a small ad break, you guys. I will hydrate. While we're on ad break, I can probably show you something. Or not. Or no. I can probably show you some files. Let's see. This is the lore of the town. This is, by the way, post World War II, by the way. I think it's after World War II. According to another legend, once upon a time, a water dragon that resided here spewed poison so people would not approach. And then Inari-sama subdued the dragon and made the land hospitable again. This area also has a surprising number of onsen. There is research suggesting that the tale of the water dragon could in fact be referring to an incident where onsen water containing noxious gas spouted out of the ground like a geyser. I feel this theory is most likely. From the findings of a recent town hall investigation, it was observed that the mountains to the north and the south of Ibisugaoka have a very brittle surface. The town hall declared that the landslide could occur at any given time, but the residents argued back, saying that in the last several hundred years, there has been no record of such disaster. Sakuko says that the divine protection of Inari-sama is actually what's protecting Ibisugaoka. I also remember her telling me with a straight face that when the residents no longer believe in Inari-sama, Ibisugaoka will return once to its uninhabitable land, which is true. The moment they stop believing in the fox is the moment the gazers start spawning again, basically. This also happens to... no, not Agora no Hokusama. No. Where is the spirit? The tree spirit. I think it's a doll. Doll. It looks like a doll. No. No. Where is the tree spirit? Senninsugi. Yes. Pretty sure. This is the shrine of the tree spirit. A lonely little shrine situated in the outskirts of town. The name Senninsugi Shrine sure sounds fancy, but that's all it has going for it. Even though Ibisugaoka is full of elderly believers, this shrine rarely gets any visitors. They instead go to what's closest to them, and that's an Inari statue. Sakuko's family serves the shrine, including fulfilling the role of head priest. Sakuko is quite proud of this fact, but I don't know if the same could be said about her parents. I remember what Sakuko once said. Senninsugi Shrine didn't used to be the small shrine that we know. The real shrine was situated on the mountain, and it was much more impressive than it is now. Long ago, there was an actual 1,000-year cedar that was worshipped as a divine vessel, the tree, basically the tree. Unfortunately, it was struck by a lightning and burned to ash. Upon losing its divine vessel, the shrine was abandoned and became the small shrine it is present today. Sakuko says that the custom of putting old tools to rest is called the Tsukumogami faith. During the course of history, it somehow fused with the Inari faith, making it a special religious view of Ibisugaoka. My theory, the foxes basically convinced people, or the Tsuneki family, that they should, that there's like this cycle of faith that they have to go through. If something is old, it has to be put away so they can worship something new. But that's what they did so that people would worship the foxes. The problem is, it's like the foxes are inherently bad, right? They're bad people. They're a bad family, and the fox god is a demon. But they are keeping the town safe in exchange for worship. They're keeping the town safe by keeping the water dragon at bay, basically. The believers one would worship all things. Who is part of the fox family? Who is part of the fox family? It is Kotoyuki. Tsuneki Kotoyuki. A mysterious man who wears a fox mask. He never takes it off, so I feel I have yet to see his true self. So he is the head of the new fox family, basically. He has been sort of... So he met Kumiko. he met Hinako when they were kids. She saved him after he got bit by a fox, and he got possessed by a fox. We're marrying him. And the fox possessed him, and since the possession, he's been trying to understand the human world, basically. And there is a part of him that is real, that is the real him, and there's a big part of him that is the fox demon part. The fox demon part is in love with Hinako, infatuated by her, wants to have her no matter what. So he gives her dad a ton of fucking money to pay off his debts, and basically asks for Hinako's hand to be married. Hinako's family and friends are not as bad as she makes them out to be, or as we see them in the game, by the way. They're not horrible friends. You have to remember that she is under drugs, a lot of drugs. She's under the same White Dahlia drugs that were in Silent Hill, the town. Even Rinko is not a horrible friend. She's jealous, but she's not She doesn't hate Hinako. She loves Hinako. The problem is Hinako. It's the way Hinako perceives everything. The drugs that this fucker has been giving her has made her perceive her friends in a really bad way. Let me show you some files that you find. Strangely enough, you only find these files when you are trying to get the true ending. Okay? So, you see this? You see these? There's like different versions of them. Different versions of the cards from Rinko. It's like all different. The flashcards are different. There's different versions of them, right? Let me show you. Okay, so a strict mother's letter. These letters change. These are the letters from Sachi, the maid who bore an illegitimate child, Kotoyuki. Good morning, my handsome boy. You are different from those delinquents who run around town. You have noble blood running through your veins. Of course, every child must play in order to grow, but I simply ask that you choose wisely who you play with. You must think of me as awfully overbearing, but please respect my wishes while you are still young. For when you are grown up, you'll be free to do as you please. Good morning, my handsome boy. Even if you find yourself poor of pocket, you must never let yourself become poor of heart. You mustn't forget that you have inherited your father's noble blood. You must study hard and learn to be a gentleman. Do not think of yourself as a little boy, for you are simply a tiny adult waiting to grow. There will come a day when your father shall require your help. Mark my words. Good morning, my handsome boy. Your real last name is Tsuneki. It is told that those of the Tsuneki lineage are destined to bring good fortune when the world is in disorder. They basically thrive when other people are in misfortune. Oh, and you like as movie, the B movie. Thanks for the daily wish. Hi, sorry. And you who have inherited your father's noble blood are sure to be next in line. She's been trying to like shape him up to be the next head of the clan, basically. Good morning, my handsome boy. I have good news. Indeed, good news to Tsuneki is always accompanied by the news of someone else's death. Your father and that woman he kept as a pet have both gotten sick and died. And now your grandfather, the head of the house, has invited you to the Tsuneki residence to make you successor. Good morning, my handsome boy. I know it's a little sudden, but we shall be moving tomorrow. I've already notified your teacher, so just make sure to say goodbye to all your friends. I should tell you everything at home. This is when, as a kid, he's basically taken away from this town that we're in, and he keeps sending letters to Hinako throughout, throughout the thing. This is a patient, Fujitori Kotoyuki. Name change. This is the doctor's note when he met Kotoyuki. The patient had joined a group of children chasing down a fox that had wandered into the village. The fox then attacked the patient, leaving several lacerations on his face. The wound below his left eye is particularly deep and shows a considerable risk of scarring. During treatment, he suddenly fell unconscious and was measured with a fever over 40 degrees Celsius. Emergency transfer of the patient to the prefectural hospital was requested. Upon arrival, however, the doctors there were unable to detect any abnormalities. Even after multiple rounds of testing, after confirming his condition was stable, the patient was cleared to return home the following morning. Strange. When questioned during a follow-up examination, the patient responded that he felt completely fine. According to the patient's mother, however, Kotoyuki is like a whole other boy and has been applying himself to his schoolwork harder than ever before. Wild. Notes. While the request for emergency transportation was being made, I was left alone in the examination room with the patient. During this time, he briefly regained consciousness. When I rushed over and began calling his name, he responded, Kotoyuki? So that is my name. Ooh. Basically, it's the fox demon or the fox spirit that possessed him that realized, oh, so my name is Kotoyuki. It's not Kotoyuki. Kotoyuki would know his name. It's basically the fox spirit that possessed him. It is not uncommon for patients with high fever to experience disorientation. However, this young boy did not show any signs of distress. He remained expressionless, his face like an unmoving mask. His eyes were blank and glassy, not unlike those of a doll. At the very least, I did not note any of the unusual symptoms of fever-induced disorientation. Mind you only find these things out the more you play the game, right? So, okay. All right, not this. Okay, this is a bit scary, okay? So these are strange notes. I'm sorry. Something urgent came up, so I can't come with you. Just trust me. And continue down the path we decided. I'll get everything ready and wait for you. To whoever finds this, please, immediately. There's here. I beg you, help. The view is great, isn't it? I've always wanted to see it with you. You're probably all right if you've made it this far. But just to be sure, you're not being followed by anyone, right? This is our own private sanctuary. We don't need anyone else. I locked our sanctuary to protect it, but don't you worry because I have the key. I'll be waiting for you on the mountain refuge. I won't let anyone or anything hurt you anymore. I'll protect you until the end of time itself. I'll stay by your side until death do us part. You've come such a long way. You're doing so well. You don't need to worry about your silly old mundane world anymore. We'll break free from all of that here. Welcome to our sanctuary. The others are overjoyed to have you as a new addition. Okay. I'm gonna go on a limb and say this letter is from the fox that stole Mayumi. Mayumi is one of the girls that experiences being whisked away by the fox or whatever. The last one is the only one that's different. And it reads, my sanctuary is still incomplete. I'm lonely, so lonely. It feels like I'm going to freeze. I need to gather more women, more. But even when I do, they all go away. I keep collecting more and more, but they all die. Mommy, why did you leave me all alone? I'm lonely, so lonely. It feels like I'm going to freeze. But I need to gather more women, more. But even when I do, they all go away. That's not right. That's not right. Okay, we've seen the treasure hunter one. Okay, so letter from Sakako to Hinako. Hinako, has anyone tried to rope you into playing the... Oh yeah, we've seen this. Okay, this is Mayumi. This is Mayumi. Mayumi is one of the girls that is whisked away by the fox, basically. I think she got married to a fox, or she ran away with a boy and he ate her. Mom, Dad, I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I never made it up to you for being such a horrible daughter. I didn't deserve to have you as my parents. I guess I'm getting what I deserve. So, Mayumi was whisked away by the fox and sent to the other world, the sanctuary, quote unquote, the sanctuary that he was talking about just now. What a terrifying place this is. Nightmare swamps, rotting trees that look like bones, the echoes of stream. This must be hell. Like I told you guys before, everyone experiences the other world differently. This is how Mayumi saw it, the sanctuary of the foxes. That's how she saw it. And then look at this. Suddenly it changed. What a beautiful place this is. Sparkling lakes, fragrant flowers, the melodic chirps of birds singing. This must be paradise. Ooh. Loved person. Thank you so much for the daily wish. So what happens is, when they go to the sanctuary, right, they have to go through 3 rites to completely give themselves off to the fox. The women have to cut off their face, cut off their arm, and get branded by the Tsuneki emblem on their back. And then that's literally what Hinako goes through, by the way. And then she's like head over heels in love with Kotoyuki. Bloodstained letter. What do you mean my ad is about to start? I already fucking did an ad break. Fucking kidding me. Sorry. For those who have yet to abandon hope, I have hidden. Okay, wait. No need. Mandate of the clan. Diary of Revenge. Ooh. This one is really interesting. It's a very long file. If I told you about it, I would be here all day. So how do I say it? So this is about what is known to public is that the foxes saved the town from the water dragon. But before the foxes, there was the tree spirit, like I told you guys, the divine tree. The divine tree actually also did the same thing. And when people, there was a guy, Sakuko's grandfather, he basically became atheist and said, fuck the divine tree, fuck the shrine, fuck the religion. He kept waking up every day with bugs coming out of his chest and mantises coming out of his ear, and he can feel the bugs eating his brain from inside. Like, he can't eat anything. It was fucked up. Goodbye, Stacy. Eat well. And the same thing also happened to one of the people who broke some shrine stuff. Yes. A clinical trial. Okay, this is about the Kakura Makakura. The Kakura Makakura is, as we know, white dahlia from Silent Hill. White dahlia is the famous flower that does hallucinations and stuff like that. It's a psychedelic. In Silent Hill, the town in America, there's a big drug issue with white dahlia. White dahlia was growing next to Shu's house. And Shu thought it would be okay to crush it down and make it into pills and give it to Hinako. It's okay. This guy tries it out on himself. He says, it has been 2 weeks since I began taking Kakura Makakura. I've observed no significant physical changes. If anything, I've been falling asleep and waking up with ease. I have lucid dreams, an average of once every 2 days. When I do, I feel neither the passage of time nor exhaustion, which allows me to become lost in thought. However, today I was met with the startling results. In my dream, there was another version of myself who spoke to me. Basically, this game is a prequel, if you look at it that way. Oh, I can't find the other, but is it crumpled letter? Anyway. Oh, Rinko to Hinako. So, look at this, right? This is what Rinko says to Hinako. Hinako, here, you'll feel better after eating this. Forget what those jerks said today, and don't worry, they'll be getting an earful from me. This one becomes erratic, right? I'm such a kind person, you know. Would someone who isn't kind give little treats with a wonderful message to their sad friend? I'm so kind. And this one says, when I think about it, I guess my family are pretty well off. I always got tons of allowance. Okay, wait. Sorry. You just have to be yourself, Hinako, because whenever I'm by your side, I realize what an amazing person I am. Whenever I help you out, it makes me realize how kind I am. I'll always be looking out for both you and Sakuko, because when I look after you two pitiful creatures, it makes me feel so superior, like a teacher or a parent, or a pet owner even. From your best friend, Rinko. Hi, Ink. Thank you so much for the lurk. Enjoy your lurk. This part is the real Rinko. The other two letters, yeah, that's what Hinako imagines. You get this one from the shoe ending, where Hinako ends up with shoe, and you get this one from the normal ending, where she's on drugs and she doesn't know what she's going on. She starts killing people at the wedding. I think this is it. The long letter that she writes to Hinako is the true ending letter, where she apologizes for. Okay, when I think about it, I guess my family was pretty well off. I always got tons of allowance. The candy store was where I could demonstrate just how much better I was than you all. Getting caught up in the feeling of superiority when I bought some sweets for a poor kid was the start of everything going wrong. This is Rinko recognizing her mistakes. But Hinako does not see that when she's drugged up. What she remembers is this two-faced vibes that she got from her. In the true ending, this is what is the truth. The start of my hideous transformation into someone who looks down on and berates others. This is so real, by the way. I totally like relate to her when she said that. Because I had instances, like even like in the near past, where I was so judgmental, I was so hypocritical, I was so like comparing myself to others, like just in a bad state, because I thought like well, most of it was because I was around people who were like okay with that, and they kind of egged that on, and they also were like a lot of complainers, a lot of like, you know, it was just not like a vibe for me. I should have not stayed in that because I became a horrible person, and I'm the one to blame for that. Like I'm 100% the one to blame for that. I became such a horrible person that things that I would be saying, I'd be like, oh my god, like what the fuck, you know? And then I realized, like, oh my god, this is where it started. When I started like being okay with things that I would never be okay with before. You know what I mean? And then you start kind of like enjoying that power trip, or you start enjoying that that feeling of superiority, that you can say something about someone and basically, I don't know, like cast judgment upon them because you believe that you're better than them, you know? You feed those thoughts, exactly. I noticed now when I'm alone, which I've been alone for like a while now, I'm so much like more self-aware. I'm recognizing like when I say something to someone or when I see something, I would like immediately say the first thing in my mind, which comes out of insecurity and comes out of like horrible, like bad thoughts, basically. The first, like the first thing that would come to mind is like the bad thought. And when I started like hanging out on my own for like the past like weeks now, when that first thought does come to mind, the first judgmental thought, the first that like, oh, like who are you, like that superiority thought comes, and I'm like, oh, why am I recognize it, and then I'm like, this is not a threat to me. This is not like harmful to me. Like live and let live, you know. I've always been like that, but I changed. I don't know when I changed, but I think it was like last year that I started like being okay with a lot of things because I was in a toxic environment with a lot of toxic people. And I kind of carried that with me. And then I started like realizing that's not me. Like I did not work this hard on myself and become this self-aware to go back to a place where I would become that person, you know? And I reject it now. Like I will never ever do that shit again. Anyway, getting caught up in the feeling of superiority when I bought some sweets for a poor kid was the start of everything going wrong. Oh yeah, okay. When everyone is beneath you, there is no longer anyone to talk to as an equal. I stopped being able to confide and open up to people. In a way, I even stopped being able to argue with anyone properly. So that's why I'm grateful that you argued with me, even on a day like today. Today was the first time in my life that I felt like you accepted me as your friend. You can't even imagine how happy that made me. So Hinako, from the bottom of my heart, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. This is during her wedding. It's like she's been holding it in for so long, and finally someone like I don't know how to explain it. Letter to my partner. This is Shu. Oh, fuck this guy. Asshole. This is a prescription he made for her. Fuck you. Is this about Sakuko? Rinko's childhood diary. Rinko's diary. Rinko's diary. There it is. Look at this. How arrogant I've been. I realize now that the hatred and envy I felt towards Hinako for having a boy who loved her far outweighed my own love for Shu. I really am stupid, aren't I? Hinako always said that she and Shu weren't dating, and yet I wasted such a valuable opportunity. I could have asked her so much about him. What does Shu like? What does Shu care about? What does Shu think about me? I could have asked her all of those, but I didn't. Instead, I stewed in my own jealousy like an idiot. I'm sure that teachers have seen right through me. They know the truth, that I am a friendless in the truest sense of the word. I think I've been doing it unconsciously all this time, looking for someone I can say that I'm helping, but I'm really just looking down on. Hinako and Sakuko and Shu have never stopped calling me their friend, and I don't think I ever earned that. It's like it changes, like from like I hate you, I hope you fucking die, like you're the worst friend ever, and then it's like it's so different every playthrough though. Every playthrough, when you go to her room, it's a different thing that you see, and it shows you that Hinako is completely unreliable. She's completely unreliable. It's the way she perceives them. It's not the way that they are. Sakuko's diary is probably the saddest. It's so weird. Like one of Sakuko's entry diaries is when she has a bunny and she names it Hinako, and she basically tortures that bunny. But I don't think Sakuko would do that. Okay, so this is the one. This is the scary one that I was telling you guys about. Sakuko has like the most interesting story because it's like Sakuko's like the most interesting character, and she dies first because she is the most important one. This is her strange dream, okay? Let's see. Okay. Oh shit, I hope you're okay, Stacy. Okay. I had a strange dream last night. In it, a god appeared before me and commanded me to restore the Sennin Sugi shrine to its former glory. A god appeared before her and told her to restore the shrine of the old divine tree. I had a strange dream today. In it, someone told me that I mustn't restore the Sennin Sugi shrine. Strange. They must be revelations from opposing gods. But I already know my answer because my dream is to restore the Sennin Sugi shrine too. The god who spoke to me yesterday said that there is an evil deity who has robbed them of their shrine. The god who spoke to me today said that the shrine had been used to worship an evil being, causing it to fall out of use. Oh, that's me. Hi, graveyard ghouls. Basically, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Basically, the fox god and the tree god are both entering Sakuko's dreams and telling her what to do. Both of them are saying the other is a bad god or whatever, right? If I'm going to be forced to make a choice, then I will put my trust in the god who visited me yesterday, aka the tree god. Think of the daily wish graveyard. However, when I'm told the god from today, however, when I told the god from today that, they said this. She told the fox god that I'm going to listen to the tree god, not to you, and I will restore the shrine. Oh. Shit, where'd it go? Okay. The handwriting here looks like nothing like Sakuko's. She got possessed, basically. Foolish maiden, you wish to serve a malevolent god? I shall crush that empty head of yours. And guess what happens? The fox god does that. The first one to die in the game is Sakuko. Which is crazy. Crazy. Oh, where to do this puzzle? I forgot. I got so sidetracked on my side quest to understanding. Okay, so this is a box that basically is like, how do I say this? Rinko's feelings towards Shu. Hinako isn't coming. I'm sorry for lying to you, but I thought that I need to get to you alone to find out how you feel. Look into your heart and try to remember in the box the true feelings. Do you remember that day when it was just the two of us? We talked about how it felt we were delinquents since we were supposed to be going to school that day. But you know what? I didn't care what other people thought about us because as long as I could spend time with you, that was all I needed. We both ordered the same cake that day. I can still remember how my heart burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from your lips. That sweet tart cake. Do you remember its taste too? Okay. So it's a cake. What are the ingredients of a fucking cake? That looks like a cake. Pumpkin, maybe. It's a cafe. No. Oh shit. We have to like mention the stuff that are mentioned in the frickin' thing. That's a cake. I don't know if cherries identify as a cake, honestly. And I don't know what that is. I don't think that's a cake. I think that's sushi. Something must be off. You don't say. That's not a cake. Wasn't it a cherry cake? Oh, you're so smart. Maybe it was. Your mind. I didn't care what other people thought. We both ordered the same cake. I still remember how my heart burst out of my chest the moment. The sweet and tart fruit on the cake. Sweet and tart fruit. Basically sweet and tart fruit. Sweet and tart. So berries. I would say this is sweet. Are pineapples sweet? Are they tarty? Are they they're sour, aren't they? They're not sweet. What kind of pineapples you've been eating, Zayan? Huh, I don't know. The tart kind. Are apples considered tart or sweet? I don't know. They're sweet, they're just thinking, okay. You guys are onto something. Okay, maybe remove the tarts, the cake itself. It didn't work. Pumpkin? Apple? Oh, there we go. Okay, so just fruits. Just fruits, there's fruits. Bye-bye, Lulu. Unopened envelopes. So you did remember. Well, that makes me feel very special. By the way, are you over Hinako now? This is probably after Hinako gets married. Or like when, years later, basically, probably. I apologize if I sound blunt, but I want to make it clear. That girl is dead. She's getting married. I know you're going through a rough time right now, but you must be in so much pain. But you know I can be there for you. Would you rather go through it yourself still? I can picture us slowly unfolding the pages of our hearts, talking about the small mundane details of our day-to-day lives. By filling up one journal after the other with our thoughts, I know we can make a fresh start. A blank page story of our lives. Okay. So I'm guessing books and papers. Books and papers. Mundane day-to-day life. Dumbest thing ever, by the way. Done. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to stay positive, and remember, I'll always be here for you if you need anything. You know, you're not the only one who's sad because Hinako's longer with us. If the two of us could huddle together, we could soothe this pain and that bites like the cold of winter. And then surely spring will arrive, welcoming us with sakura in full bloom to celebrate our union. Can you picture the beautifully blooming sakura awaiting us? Shu is the biggest villain of this game, by the way. Not only does he marry Rinko, but he marries Rinko while still being in love with Hinako, by the way. Fucked up. And he drugs Hinako. Fucked up. Mm-mm. Which is why Hinako picking no guy is the best ending. The true ending. Where she picks herself. Her and her other self. What was that? I forgot what I said. The two of us could huddle together, we could soothe this pain that bites. Okay, Sakura, spring will arrive. Basically, things in bloom. Things in bloom. I'm gonna say just flowers, honestly. And sakuras, right? These are all sakuras, aren't they? Is it all flowers or is it just sakuras? Yep, it's just sakuras. Dear Shu, I like you. I love you. I always have. And I always will. I'll be waiting to hear what you think about me. Really? Let's go. Let's get deep.
どこに行ったかと思えばこんなところにいたの。
That's Junko, her sister.
お姉ちゃんどこ？
お友達と楽しく過ごせた？ならそろそろお支度をなさい。
She's telling her to get ready for the wedding.
お友達とはお別れの時間よ。
お姉ちゃん。
あなたが殺すのもあなたの手で。それができるからここへ来たのでしょう。
それってどういう？
Hi, Nelson Mandela fan. Just realized this was a bit high. Junko urges her to kill
校舎内まで入ってきてる。
urges her to kill her friends, as in like to let go of her childhood stuff that she's been holding on to. Liar, 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 liar. Arare. Origami of grievances. TT is the most disgusting person I've ever met. I wish someone would destroy her locker. If anyone wants to make my wish come true, her locker combination is 377. Who the fuck is TT? I'm like TET. Just like TET. Oh, this place is scary, y'all. Anybody wants to jump me? Now would be the time. I did find the key. Is this a joke? It is a joke. Yeah. Those monsters. They have been trying to jump me for a while now. Old Annex main gate key. Note to teacher. Ayumi from the track and field club said that she found the key with the key box written on it during your practice. If she still hasn't gotten back to you, she probably left it in the locker when she went to change. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if she forgot. She looked exhausted after practice. I have to open her locker. What's the problem? What's the problem? Oh. We are getting rid of that red capsule. You know, the moment I played this game, I knew those capsules were fucked up. I knew something was not right about these capsules. Well, they're apparently capsules that Shu gave to her. You know? And I just don't trust people giving you capsules, like, you know? It's the code for Baka, so you know, stupid. Girl code is based off the alphabet. Basically, you just switch letters with the numbers and the symbols that look like them. So Sato would be 54 plus 06. This is like the code that they do in school, basically. Plus is T, and the O is O because they're basically the same shape. 6 doesn't really look like it, but apparently it's a U. So for my name, Yoshida, or Yoshida, it would be X05174. And that's how we find combinations in this game. I liked this. It's so cool. I don't know why I like this so much, but I really did. I like the hidden like code stuff. You can read the girl code, right, Yoshida? Sato got a note from the girls that had 844 written on it. Do you know what that means? What does that mean? Why am I winning the jump catch game? I ain't even jumping. 8, what's 8? What was 8 again? Oh, can we make a fucking dictionary for this? Any more? Oh wait, I do have a toolkit. Mickey. Oh. That one tiny demon. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, how are you? Why not just use the sword? Use the sword? I mean, it's great, but the knife is the strongest one. The only problem with the knife is that it breaks too fast. but it does the strongest damage. Note between lovers. Miki, I have absolutely no idea how that crazy formula spells aishiteru, but I love you too. Well, I hope he tells us how. Because we need to find out. Asakue Ayumi, row 4, line 2. Good, good. How are you doing? Sakura's textbook. I decided to make a combo of my love luck or something I love. You can poach it, fry it, and even boil egg. It's egg. Ah, so 8 is G. I just remembered. 8 is G. So it's egg. I would just climb inside his locker and drown in his smell. I can't believe his combination is the same as his name. Aoi. That's so cute of him, using his name in code. That's how you guys confess about me, don't you? You saw what she said? She said, I want to swim in his sweat and drench herself in the smell of his sweat. This witch deserves to die. I hope she suffers. 5694X0513. Smart and star athlete, gold medal in the perfectual meet. I hate her guts. How dare she make me feel like I'm nothing, like I'm a nobody. I'm guessing this is Asakura. No. SU. Hi, Hanson. SU. We have the whole code. But the one in Lost in the Fog is different. Okay, these bitches are gonna come down at any moment. Be ready for a fight. Oh, okay, we're fine. First, I want to get the locker in here. This is Suchi TT. This is TT 377. Someone said, I hate TT. I hate TT. Her code is 377. I ain't got spice. Okay, we definitely do have a lot of divine water, so I'm gonna donate some to charity. Where's my favorite charity? Yeah, that's a lot, babes. That's a lot. Oh. Is there a lot of Higashi? Well, yeah, but... Oh, whatever. I'll use it. One day. Aishiteru should be... Oh, yeah. I think so. Hey, this dude. I think that's Aishiteru. The Higashi gives you infinite stamina, basically, for like a short period of time. You can do whatever you want with that stamina. Suga. Oh, that's the girl that they hate. I'm literally this dude for real. For real? Oh my god. Suga, right? How I wish I could just climb into his locker and drown in his smell. Crazy. Where is that letter about the person that hates? This witch deserves to die. I hope she suffers. That's her, Suga. Suga. How dare she make me feel like I'm a nobody? But how do we know what's her locker? How do we know what Suga's locker is? I think something's missing. Something is definitely missing. That's Ayumi's. And I'm pretty sure Ayumi's is egg. So 388. What? What? I do got lore, yeah. Of course I have lore. But that won't be revealed yet. We're still working on it, okay? Wait. I changed my seating position, so maybe 513 for Suga. Oh. 513? What does that translate to? No. I think. Oh, what am I looking at? Is there any mention of? This is the girls' locker, I'm pretty sure. What's egg? What would be egg? Oh, that's B. G is B, is 8. So what's G? If B is 8, what is G? Su got 9. 399, yeah. That makes egg, yeah. There's still more lockers to open though in the boys' side. Are you a weeping angel? Oh! Bitch. Ooh, ooh. Sorry. I got scared. I didn't think it was that one. I thought the one in front of it. I thought it was the one in front of it. Oh, oh, okay. Which one of you? Oh, it's you? It literally is her. Anyone else? It's you. God damn. Bandage. I'm sorry for screaming, guys. That scared me. His Aoi, so what's A? Is it 4? Is A 4? I think so. Yeah. 401. I know, right? I happened to find out Suga's locker combination. The weird thing is, when you convert it into code, it looks like a cry for help. What am I supposed to do? It's not like I can do anything. Pretty sure it's either sad or SOS. I think it's SOS. La, 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 la. So someone hates Suga really badly, huh? What's S again? Is it 2? 505. Thank you. Yep, SOS. Oh, she had a shriveled Aburage. Okay, we got all the codes. Key to the back mountains. We found it, guys. We can go now.
Nara さん、私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。シュウ君が望むなら相棒の役でも悪の女幹部の役でもいいんだよ。鍵見つけたぞ。
おかえり。
We could have had all this.
面倒を
You and me and Brookback Mountain.
相棒も休めよ。俺たち先に休んだから。
休みなよ。
Hey,
私とシュウ君
Naira.
に寝ずの番をしててあげるから。いや、
Hi.
私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
Hi, hi.
おやすみ、ひなこ。
Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum,
でも
bum.
さ、シュウ君もああいうの好きでしょ。
興味ねえよ。
で、
Now we go to the other Hinako. A totally different Hinako. Who is in the sanctuary of the foxes. You saved my life and laid claim to my soul, is what he said. By claiming the life of your old self. She is fox whipped right now. You too, Naira. Hope you're doing lovely, my sweet. Just because she saved him from a fox, by the way. Okay, so basically, we went through the whole ritual. This is a skip. If you've done the game on New Game Plus, you skip through cutting Hinako's face, cutting off her arm,
まだ休んでいるといい。
and removing the back. I mean, burning her back, branding her back. These things are skipped through, basically.
起きられます。
If you've already, like, done the New Game Plus. Why? Well, this is the act of sacrifice that she has to do to join the family and be accepted by her husband
辛い儀式だったろ
and her husband family.
う。よく耐えた。よく頑張ってくれたね、ひなこ。
Oh, the skip is, well, because it's like, it makes the New Game Plus harder and unnecessarily longer. It makes it much easier. Yes, rituals to get into the sanctuary, exactly. To be part of the family, basically, as well. To be accepted into the family. She has to, basically, she's giving her hand in marriage when she cuts off her whole arm. And she gives it away to them. There's literally a storage room that's filled with all the girls that did this before her. This is the other version of Hinako that is in love with Kotoyuki. You saw how the Kakura Makakura makes you see inner versions of you? And both versions of Hinako's are like inner versions of her. Because the real her is getting married right now. Is at her wedding venue right now. In her 20s. Not a young girl. On his, yeah, I love it. I love it too. This his middle finger, yeah, I like it too.
美しい腕だね。血潮さえ美しい。
ありがとうございます。
That's not him talking, by the way. That's his fucked up father. Not father, I would say. That's the fox demon that possessed him. that is infatuated with Hinako since they were kids. Wild. I just didn't want to say it. I wanted instant. On that note, I have to go. Yeah, I know. The middle finger, yeah. On that note, I do have to go. I have work tomorrow. First day of work again. I haven't worked in 2 months, and now I have to go to work. Yeah. Hey, baby bunny, I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, this is it for me. Yeah. Are you guys gonna miss me? I accidentally enlarged Jaffa over there. Did not mean to do that, I promise you. Yeah, me too. I mean, I already posted the, if you look down, you will see the days that I stream on now. So I'll be only live on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I will see you guys on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturday. In between those days, I will be working very hard. I promise. Weekend streams will be longer, I promise you. And I will be working very, very hard. I'll be working really hard, okay? We will have awesome times together. Thank you so much, Naira. Yeah, it's completely like, it's over. Our 30 days of nonstop streaming in Ramadan are over. I miss Ramadan. Bring it back. Bring back the fasting, the waking up at night. I don't want to go to work. We're in a war zone. Why are we working? Why are we working? Let me stay home. I don't want to work. Not really a war zone. Same. It just passed by too fast with all that's happening. Way too fast. Who are we gonna raid? Who are we gonna raid? Actually, no question about this, but Hera is having her first debut anniversary. So I think we will be raiding Hera. Yes. And Donathon. But it's a short stream, so I don't know if it's gonna end soon. Oh, raiding my sister? Yes. We're gonna be raiding your sister. But I don't know if she's gonna end soon. It says short stream, so I'm scared she's gonna end like as I'm raiding. How do I know? Wait, you guys wait. I will check. I will check ahead. I will check ahead. Yes, please. And be very, very nice. Okay, I don't think she's going away. So let's raid her. And Show her a lot of love. A lot of love. Yes, yes. Indeed, indeed she is. That's what I noticed. Raid. And this is our raid message. Look at this. We have a raid message, guys. I made it up myself. Kind of. Woo! Raid message. Woo! Woo! Raid message. Woo! Raid message. Is it though? Oh my god. Cringing. I'm cringing at my own raid message, you guys. You got it? You got it? Okay, I love you guys so much. Show her a lot of love. I will see you guys on Tuesday, and I will be on Discord. If you are not in the Discord, join the Discord. Join the Discord. Okay, that's where we always hang out. We'll probably watch something tomorrow if I'm not streaming. I mean, I'm not streaming, but like, you know, we can hang out tomorrow, watch something, whatever. Love you guys so much. I'm gonna miss you guys. But I'm gonna be working hard, I promise. Promise you I will. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Please be safe and do nice things and be nice and love yourselves, okay? Love you, love you.